All right. C1x Road to launch, day 19. I have recovered from my tantrum yesterday in yesterday's video. That was quite frustrating. Sorry for anybody who had to be a part of that. Long story short, I was trying to implement some cool new graphics on the all stats page and round display pages in C1x, and found a third-party package to use for it that I thought would be pretty cool, and then proceeded to spend 4 hours trying to figure out how to use this third-party package. And by figuring out, I mean mostly yelling at ChatGPT to figure it out. Never figured it out. In the last 30 minutes, I said, screw it, we're not using the package anymore. I had ChatGPT just put together a native custom painter in C1x, which got us to this point. For the most part, if you did see the last video, you can tell I went in and did a little bit of work just because I needed to feel like I did something. So we've got a font set, and I've got labels changed. For putting, showing in the middle. For driving, I'm going to try and show them along the rings, like so. Those were pretty quick changes. Also off video, we've got Worlds starting tomorrow. Pro Worlds. And I'm going to try and do some marketing with that. So I got a little graphic made. I think this is just going to be my... I'm still a little iffy on this. Maybe let's change that real quick. Just as an example here, I've got ways that I'm going to decide which round to do each time, but I was thinking this might be my no magic recommendations. That's interesting. Going to be my YouTube thumbnail. I'm intending to create the graphics for Instagram, and then I'll just film myself creating those graphics and put that film up on YouTube. These are all a little too personal. I just want a generic profile icon. That's better. That's much better. Grab this. Throw it right there. Let's go. Let's give it a little border first. Trying to match is a little too much. Maybe that's not bad. Maybe not dashed there. Just a little too much orange, I think. Probably a little too much gray too. Maybe I want this to be the same font, actually. I feel like that's a little bit too much. I'll explain it. I'm just trying to think about how I want to change this. This box just looks a little bit bland to me. Can we go like tour? I guess let's see. That's kind of fun. I don't think I'm going to use this, but it just looked like a good time. Maybe this would be a good idea. It's transparent, so I don't think that's quite gonna work. Is there a better? Does this tournament give me any good graphics for that? This is a fun. Probably shouldn't use a bracket though, just because obviously that's not how disc golf works. Man, there are lots of bracket graphics though. Noted. Maybe I just have a unique icon for each tournament, so this one could just be a globe. Yeah. I do think I like this. Okay. So the idea here, and a new concept, I don't remember if I talked about it in the last video or not. I thought about it before the last video. When I do these breakdowns, we're going to go through probably just PAJ Live, whatever existing stats there are for the round that I picked. We're going to enter that round into C1x, which will go very quick. And then I'm just going to do a quick review of their stats. 2 components that I'm going to add to this. So the first is just this buy, hold, sell. I thought this would be fun, pretty common investing terms, but giving a rating on the player, and it's going to be based on either what I think their chances are for the rest of the tournament, or if the tournament just ended, if I'm picking the last round or covering the last round, what I think their chances are for the next tournament. Buy being that I think their chances are really good, hold, we'll see. Sell is I think they're going to go downhill. C1x grade. So this is the new idea. And I want to put this in the app. It's not in the app yet, but currently for courses, I asked people to do this 1,000 rated thing. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to have a simple difficulty measure for people to select on each course. It'll be just a little drag scale 1 to 5, very simple. And then I'm going to give each round in the app a grade. And the grades are going to be from MA4 to MPO. And they're going to be like letter grades where there's minus just the division and then there's a plus. So there could be an MA4 minus, MA4 just MA4, and then an MA4 plus. I'll have a toggle in the settings for people that want to enable female protected divisions. That's how their grades will display. The calculations will update accordingly. I'm going to base it on just stats that I actually see divisions shoot, whether it be MA4 through MPO, FA4 through FPO, just whatever is realistic for that division. That's how the app is going to try and grade it. And so I want the app to display that grade on each round. And then maybe I display that on the main menu. Maybe it's displayed inside of the round once you get there. That's probably where it'll start. But I want C1x grades to be a thing. C1x is going to grade your rounds. And so the goal, long shot, because World starts tomorrow. So right now, obviously the graphic still looks like this. This is priority number 1. This has to get in there. Because I'm going to cover these during the video. This is what we're going to be looking at. And if this looks terrible, then not going to be a good video. So goal 1 is to get this fixed. And once I do, we're going to create the algorithm I'm going to use for this C1x grade. I was talking to ChatGPT about it briefly, and I don't like how ChatGPT was setting it up. It still seems to be a little slow from everything I put it through yesterday. So I'm just going to build that equation out on my own. I think. Maybe I'll get lost. We'll back out of it. But then I want to put it in the app and get it to... It's not probably going to be displayed in the app yet. Maybe it will. We'll see. But at a minimum, I just want to get a grade to print out down here on the output so that I can use it in Worlds specifically for tomorrow. I think certainly by round 2 of Worlds. So in 2 days, I should be able to have it in there. But yeah, so I think this is going to be our going to be the thumbnail. We'll update the little icon here, I think. I'm going to leave this guy in. But yeah, for the first round, my intent here, they talk about it during coverage sometimes, but I'm going to pick whoever is the first solo leader in the tournament. So you always have a bunch of people that birdie the first hole, a bunch of people that go 2 down through 2. Whoever holds that perfect streak the longest, so whoever's the first solo leader in Worlds, that's the round I'm going to cover in the first video tomorrow. So spent a little time putting this together, and a little sneak peek as to how I want this C1x grade to go. But yeah, maybe I was saving these as graphics, but maybe what we do is I just go ahead and put them in here. By hold goes here. Let's maybe just there, and then cell we go here. Does that look about right? Hold by. I think it's pretty good. And then let's go ahead and I want this to fit exactly like so. Let's copy paste. No. There we go. Oh. Copy paste, just changing the size. So now when I'm creating the graphics, I can type it in. I've already got cell hold here. I can just pick the one for the rating that I'm going to use. And then we can adjust the C1 grade depending on what the app says. So I can get rid of this page. But yeah, so rating is just going to come from me. C1x grade is going to come from the app, obviously. And this equation we put together. So pretty excited about that. We got that put together. I think that'll be pretty fun. But now, I might have just spilled coffee all over myself. Naturally, break. All right. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. I've got sleeves on now, so we look a little more professional. Let's not spill it this time. This is where we're at. We are, because we're not in that third-party package now, thankfully. The code that ChatGPT wrote, it's still something that would take me a long time to write by hand, but it is at least finally a view that I understand. So I can do a lot of the altering without ChatGPT. Most of the changes between last video were just me messing around with it last night. Right now, I'm still just going to focus on the layout, and then we'll get colors fixed at the end. So just looking at the graphics, I think this is great. The calculations are working for putting. I like the labels in the middle. I think that's going to be really good. The text is based off of the screen size, so on a smaller screen it should automatically get smaller. I will go ahead and add that item to test on a smaller screen, just all stats and round display graphics. But yeah, so I think I'm not going to change anything about this one right now. We'll come back for colors, maybe some moving it around, but that graphic is good. On driving, so this is mostly good. I do still want it to be the same format, but what I would like to have happen is to make each of the rings thicker so I can make the text larger. That's the goal. So, ring painter, radius paint background, paint. This is paint foreground is ring thickness. Draw arc. If text on rings, that's when I'm showing it here. So I can actually just use that variable, I think, when I'm calculating ring thickness up here. Ring thickness is equal to 20. Let's just do a quick change on this, make sure that this is working as simply as I think it is, and it is, which is great. That one is close. What if I go to 40? 40 almost works, but just not quite for parked. I could change the label on parked. Just not, it's not quite there. This is kind of what I had in mind. C1 in regulation. Maybe I just make it a P. That's definitely an option. We still have our stat organization file. I did also last night, I actually made a little to-do list here. Text wrapping, updated labels. So we went through that just to remind myself of the things I did off video. But I reworked the structure of our stat organization file a little bit. I made all the labels map based off of the keys that we set up here, with the sole reason for that being that now I can change a label up here and change it throughout the graphic. I do think I will have to do a reset of the app, but I think I might be able to just do P there. That's probably not clear enough. What are shorter ways to say parked? Like, I mean, we could just do park. We got fairways, C1, C2 in reg, C1 in regulation, and park. I mean, that's not terrible. What am I at right now? Am I at 30 or 40? 35? 35. I don't think I'd want to go too much smaller than that. Just because as I go smaller, parked has less room and it does just wrap around the whole thing. Solely a question right now of parked. Because once I get this one to look how I want to, I can go back and make it so that only for the driving one are the rings this thick, and then I'll just revert this one back to what it was. I just need to get parked to look the way I want to. Right now it's okay. Like, it doesn't quite wrap around the whole thing, which is good. Fairways could probably be shorter as well. Fairway. Just 3 letters. PKD for parked. Let's do a reset. And I still have this item up here. Obviously, I haven't changed the descriptions, but we could add little descriptions here to clarify what like FWY is, what PKD is. Whoa. What did I just do? Oh, I know what I did. I know what I did. I'm setting my if statement up here by saying if it contains fairways, but I just removed that. Now it's FWY. Yeah, there we go. I don't love PKD. FWY is good. I kind of like how there's a cascade, like C2 in reg goes a little farther, C1 in reg goes a little bit farther. It'd be nice if parked was a little bit shorter. So maybe I do just go P and co-P. Maybe I do just make the label the letter P. Sense of humor of a 5-year-old. Like that. I don't hate it. I think that's what I'm going to roll with right now, and I can add descriptions up here if needed. If I get feedback that it's not clear, then we adjust. Not a hard thing to adjust. But all right, so ring thickness is going to be 20. This needs to be a var. And then we're going to go if, what was that variable called? Text on rings is true, and then ring thickness equals, I think it just had it at 35. All right, so now if I do a reset here, yeah, so now this goes back to being thinner. If text on rings, that's just a true false value I set. True meaning that the text is going on the rings instead of in the center, and if that's true, then I also want the rings to be thicker so that the text will adjust accordingly. Again, I will change the colors, but I think those graphics are fairly good right now. I do want to, I think, maybe move this button down to here, move the filter button up here, and that way I can fit both of these graphics, I think, on one screen. It'll be close, but I can make them a little bit smaller, and I think make them fit. It will be close. So we'll see. This is also not necessarily the screen I'm trying to share. We're still going to try and make some updates to this screen, but I think this stuff is nice to have down below. So many ideas of how to change that round display view. Okay, so calling these two graphics good. This one I also put in the center. I don't hate that right now, actually. Text on rings. They get thicker. There's only 3, so there is no center, like parked circle to cause issues for me. Scrambles percentage. That should be singular. Okay. Quit that. So I may not change that one right now either. I might change that one actually. Now that I'm thinking about it here. What happens on my widget factory? No, info. Or is it here? It's here. Okay. So instead of making this radial, if I make this, what was that type? Progress bar? What does that get me? Nothing happened. Probably need to reset for that one. Okay. I might do something like this. I don't know if I quite want it to be that same circle. I might keep that for putting and driving, which I think are just nice just because it kind of represents the normal disc golf graphics. We're not frozen, are we? No. Like you have circle 2, circle 1, C1x being green, circle 1 in the center. Here you have fairway hits, C2 in regulation, C1 in regulation, parked. And they're always going to be somewhat in this order, right? Like fairway hits is never going to be smaller than any of these values. Circle 2 in regulation is never going to be smaller than C1 in regulation or parked. If you play an all par 3 course, obviously fairway hits is going to be based off of these. So, especially if it's a really easy course, you may hit a scenario just like this where fairway, C2 in regulation, C1 in regulation are all the exact same, and that's just how it went. But I like that these both kind of represent the target. This one will probably be different. This one we're going to do some tweaking with. So, segmented. That is what we're on here. Question being, why is it black? Multi-segmented progress bar. Is that how I'm calling it? Chip. Progress. I'm calling it progress bar. No, that's not the right one. I'm calling it multi-segment. That is the case. We generate a list with the data. It gets passed here. Background color is gray, which we are accomplishing there. Expanded percent times 1,000 container. Color is scored a color. Segment dot label. So I wonder what the segments dot. I don't think that's quite right. Segments map. Segment. So can I do a print segments print, just so I can make sure I understand what the format of this is? Label. Can I just do labels? It says no, isn't defined for segment data. Just label. Okay. That one's not going to work either. I use it. Oh, segment. Can't do that. I can do first label. That'll work. Label is ace frequency. So it is passing this. Okay. So I think all I need to do, because what was the color? It's just the, this is what I need the labels to be. It's ace, albatross, eagle. Ace, albatross, frequency, eagle, birdie, par. It would actually be nice to, I'll change them here. Bogey. What does that one need to be? Double bogey plus. Double bogey plus. Just to reference those here. Case, ace. Alright, so let's do, I will use ChatGPT for this. Let's open it up. I have the below structure. If I know I need the label for ace frequency, how can I call it in another widget? so that I don't encounter issues with typos. Make sure I change both references. Do I already have that method? Literally get label. Already have the below method, give me the call for it. Where does it say private? Private static. Does so just make something private. I wasn't aware of this rule in Flutter. Interesting. Didn't know that. Okay. So we're gonna get rid of this. And then I just have to remove the underscores here. And this way I can then call it from our other view. Stat organize, yeah, I just call, okay. So that's what I'm looking for. So then in our view, instead of case this, we go case this. I thought we did that. Get label string key. Stat organization dot get label base frequency. Undefined class get label. Do I call stat organization here? I don't. Okay. Is that my issue? I'm surprised stat organization was working though. Right? Isn't a type. So what's my issue here? This throws an error. Okay, just don't do the case. Yeah, I like that. So can I just do a if stat organization dot get label base frequency equals, yeah. Turn colors dot purple. Else if stat organization dot get label albatross. So this now needs to be albatross frequency. Albatross frequency equals label. Return colors indigo. if equals equal frequency, blue, birdie, par, double bogey, frequency. Is that all the keys? Double bogey or worse frequency. Perfect. And then here we'll go return colors.gray. Okay. So now I don't have to worry about mislabeling things. And now we should have color back again. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we have the colors. Now we're going to go back to ChatGPT just to let it make some simple changes. The below code creates a line with multiple segments whose length and color is determined by the whole scoring and frequency of that score. I want to add a legend below this using the corresponding each score shown, each score present gets a small circle of color next to the corresponding label, and then also includes the actually just that. I want each segment in the graphic to have the actual percentage written on it, as long as it will fit, may not if the segment is very small. Segments also are rounded. I want them to be square and fully touching the other. That's one I could probably do on my own, but I'll just have ChatGPT lump them all in together. Once it loads, we're deciding to be a little bit slow here. Should just be that. Hopefully it's gonna go. Maybe not. I kind of want to remove the backgrounds of these. Let's open up, let's hide radial. Let's hide all stats. Let's open up progress bar. This one is very simple at the moment. We're going to make this transparent. Progress color is blue, that's fine. Line height, let's go 25. Here, let's update the text formatting here. We're going to get rid of this. We're going to go font family, Alita, font size 20. Color stock black. Should be good. Are we back yet? No, we are not. Not back. I don't know what the issue was here. Let's just reset. All right, I don't know what that issue was, but we'll use this here. So I wonder, can I do a reset on this? I can. Okay. Okay, still some work to go on that, but we're getting there, getting closer to kind of what I have in mind. That was its full implementation. All right, let's give it a try. Segmented. Did we update import packages? No. Good. All right. So now we're going to copy and paste this in and look at this. Okay. What change would I need to make to only show a color segment and its I don't know why I threw that in there, and its corresponding label in the legend if it has a percentage higher than 0. Add this line near the start in my build. Total percent equals segments. Filtered segments. Ooh, okay, where though? Update the build method. Up here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Got to go above our total percent calculation. Filtered segments. And I just need to use it everywhere segments is used down here. Not there. Segment. 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 No changes there. To list. Wrap down here. Filtered segments. And that's it. Okay. Perfect. All right, I want to make, I do like the text style to be different lines. Segment percent, this one needs to be black. Font family, Lolita. All right, things to change here. I want the height to be larger. I'm setting it here. So maybe here we go, screen height times 0.05. Oh, okay, we don't like that. I'm passing height. Am I actually passing height to it? No, I'm not. Segments I'm requiring. Multi-segment progress bar. Required segments, but that's not what's... Multi-segment to progress. Why do I find this so confusing? Label percent. Return segment data, there we go. So I pass segments here. Am I getting height in here? I get screen width. Okay. So maybe for right now we can set it to a fixed height, not based on the screen. Just a little too much. I do want width. Final double screen width. And that's going to be required. This dot screen width. should create an error here. There we go. Yeah, because I'm not passing it yet. That's okay. But I get it here. So here, screen width, screen width. And then on this, for the row column, I think just wrapping this whole thing in a sized box that is screen width times 0.9 perhaps. I get the row here. That should kind of automatically update there. The wrap lane axis size min. I need it to be a center. Let's see what this does here. Oh, it doesn't like that. Gotta do a reset. There we go. Okay. Getting better. Getting better. Do need the labels to be capitalized. Realizing that. Albatross, eagle, birdie, par, bogey, double, bogey, plus. Okay. So those should all be capitalized now. Let's go change those labels on the segmented here. Font size. They really should all be the same. How did I just did this on the radial one. Was it? Scale down. Column. I was calculating the font size. But on the rings, shape box circle. This is the label on the inside. It's not that one down here. Ring thickness times 0.6. Okay. So I should, under segmented, we got this. We're going to go font size is equal to container height I'm going to show container of the height. Flex is going to be that. So I think I can just do height here. Oh, and then I have to, beautiful. Okay, so setting the font size to automatically adjust based on the width of the container here. Now, I need to do the same thing down here. These, can I set it? This happens below it. Height is equal to height, so I already have height. I'm getting past height here. I am. All right, so we can move this up here. And then that way I can use it down below as well. font size. Then I can grab this. I can throw this here. Font family Lolita. Get rid of const here. So now these should all be bigger. Yep. Okay. It'd be nice to add some just rounded ends to that. So shape. Box shapes. How can I don't need to copy it. How can I make just the ends of this graphic rounded? Only to the first and last. Use index updated segment. Where are we at here? Here we go. All right, row as map, entries map, entry. Okay, we'll just, instead of trying to plug and play, radius 10. It does make it rounded. I did undo a little bit of my progress there, but we can very easily go back here. Black. Font family. Get rid of const. All right, so now we should be back to our labels. We've got some rounded ends, which look good. Let's go a little bit more rounded, maybe. Okay. Is there a way now to add a rounded black border over the entire thing? It's going to be a container and a box decoration, I think. Clip. Oh, okay. All right, we'll make the same changes again. That's fine. I think I was at 20 here. Yeah. I want to make sure these borders are all similar. Get label. Build ordered stat data widget factory. Let's go class stat graphic consistency. No, we'll just go constants, that's fine. Static const static var border thickness is equal to 4. Let's go to radial. Where do I add the this is as easy as I thought it was going to be to do. Paint foreground, stroke width, ring thickness +2. Okay, maybe I don't. Might be overthinking that a little bit. I'm not going to refactor that just yet, but on segmented, I was going to say, I feel like maybe it's too thick, but I think it's just too thick compared to these, and these I want to change anyways to be just a little bit thicker. So let's go back to black, back to font size, and then back to font family, Lolita, and get rid of that. Okay. Not too shabby. Maybe this could be just a little bit smaller. On here, let's tab all of this out. Like 5.5. Make the font just a little bit smaller there. I like that. Kind of hard to see the colors, but once again, I am going to change that. But I think that's good. That graphic is good too. It would be nice to see, because what I'm on the example round right now, some slightly different colors. Make sure that if I add new scores, I mean birdie, par, bogey, double bogey is probably going to be the extent of what most people are going to see. The label should probably be a little bit bigger. Under-segmented on the, where are we at here? On the legend. Two. Okay. I do think I want that to even be a little thicker. Up here, yeah. 2. Okay. And the text maybe just a little bit bigger. Font size times 1.1. Just a little bit bigger than those. Does the wrap widget serve to prevent overflow? I don't think I've ever used the wrap widget before. Just wraps them onto the next line. Okay. In case they have an albatross and a double bogey and an eagle and the legend needs to get bigger, it'll wrap to the next one. I think that graphic looks good. I do want to go ahead and increase the thickness on the radial one though. Ring thickness. This one was that custom painter, so I am going to have, can you increase the thickness of the border on each ring in the below code? Stroke width. That's what I thought. So it is just +2. Just above final radius, add border width. Outer and inner bleed. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go to radial. I'll add this here. Border width. Did I go past it? I did. plus border width times 2. Nice and thick. It's not terrible. Not my first choice yet, but not sure which direction I want to go yet. There's just that little bit of gap in between them, which I could adjust as well, but so maybe I stick with 3 right now. Is this just supposed to be a const or what's? Yeah. Okay. Now let's keep it going. So this one's good. On the progress bar, so changes that I want to make. Cross-axis alignment start is accurate, actually. I do want it to be a start. But I need, I'm going to go this. Let's go final double screen width. And then this will become required this dot screen width. This column I'm going to wrap in a sized box. We're going to set that. Oh, I do have to, gotta pass it. Screen width, screen width. Give me a reset. There's definitely a little bit of padding. Just because these don't quite line up. Children here and this. I wonder if it's like a center thing. Like if I do text align left. I guess it is already further left. So something about this linear percent indicator. Is there a default padding associated with it? Like if I, no, not refactor. Or no, yes. Let's go padding here. Yeah, there we go. I was like, maybe it has a just padding value it's defaulting to. So we lower that in. That is kind of what I was thinking here. Let's go red. Line height, let's go 30. Let's wrap this in a row. Hear me out. Const size box width 3. Has size. Axis alignment. Dot. Start. I'm gonna see what that does for me. We'll see if I'm still getting an error there. I think I'm going to be. I am. So does this need to be wrapped in a, like, do I need to go, yeah, width times 0.8? Yeah. Yeah, okay, I see what I see what the issue is. Okay, so let's try this. Let's have ChatGPT try this. The below works for a nice progress bar. Instead of this makes the progress indicator the same length though, regardless of value. What I'd like is to have the value displayed at the very end of the progress indicator, meaning that the indicator always should. That's not going to work. What I want is not going to work. Should always, well, no, it could be the length of the percentage. If I wrap the indicator in a sized box of width, screen width times 0.9, I think this could be accomplished by always setting the progress indicator to be a length of 100 and keeping the length of it combined to a box that is a percentage of the screen width times 0.9. Does that make sense? Okay. Agreed. Had the right train of thought there at least. Grab this. Do. Let's save that. Oh, no, we're definitely not on the same page. Okay. Okay. Not quite. There should be no background color. I only want to show the foreground color, red, and have the label be outside of it to the right. So, well, maybe that's enough. Yes. Correct. All right. Try that again. Oh, copy. Yeah. Now, are we max bar width? Max bar width needs to be less than that because I need room for the label. Don't give me more code, just answer a question. With the max bar width at screen width times 4.9, assume there's a chance of overflow with the text label beyond it if the percentage is 100. 1.8. Would that fix this issue? I assume it would, but we'll let it. Yeah, okay. So we're just going to change this value here. It'll make them all a little bit shorter. Oh, that's not quite. I didn't want to move it in. Is it centering something right now? Stack, cross-axis alignment, center, children, container, height. Why? Just because of this? I think so. This, so maybe I can make this screen width times 0.9, and then I can move this to 0.8. Yeah, there we go. So now even if this gets to 100%, there should be enough room. Maybe it needs to be even a little bit wider. Really easy way to test this here. Let's go to roots. We're gonna fairway. So I'm gonna take a bogey, and then I'm gonna take a birdie. So I'm just trying to make bounce back percentage 100. And then that way I can come here and exactly. So smaller. That's what I wanted to check. Sized box there. 0.9 is probably good. So maybe this needs to be 7.5. Still not quite. 0.7. 0.7 works if it's 100. Okay. Now let's go delete it. Get me back to my example round here. Delete round, delete. Thank you. And yeah. All right, now other changes to make. Other changes to make here. Text is probably a little bit big. It's 22 small. No. I would like to have it wrapped in a border, which I think is going to be this. Give me a border. Color changes. What if I were to do like white? Does that look cool? I don't think it looks bad. I'm gonna have lots of color up here. I'm getting a label, right? I know what I should do actually. Static constant holes played key equals holes played. Static const fairway hits key equals fairway hits. Can I use it here? Holes played key. I can. Beautiful. All right, so now I can just reference this. Static const parked key equals parked. C1 in regulation. C2 in regulation. C1x putting. C1 putting. C2 putting. Scrambles. Penalty strokes. Penalty rate. And then we're at ace frequency, albatross, eagle, birdie, par, bogey, double bogey or worse frequency. Then we got bounce back. Bounce back. Rate key equals bounce back rate. Longest C1 make street key. Const longest birdie streak key equals longest birdie streak. Bogey free streak key is going to be this, and then static const C2 bonus key equals C2 bonus. Okay. And so then I'm going to copy these down here. Like so. And then I can use those elsewhere, so that way I'm never changing keys, never messing things up here. I was about to reference it. I was thinking for what started this, I was thinking for these progress labels, I could have different colors for each bar. Maybe scramble, bounce back would be the same. Penalty rate, maybe it's red, something like that. In order to do so, I would want to reference the key, and I was just thinking, you know, I got to go copy and paste the key. Maybe I should just have a single reference for it. Today feels so much better than yesterday. Yesterday was definitely the most frustrating coding day I've had on C1x, just in large part just because I was using a package that I had zero clue how to use, relying on ChatGPT to help me understand it, and ChatGPT couldn't understand the package either, just making no progress and not understanding why I wasn't making progress, which is largely my own doing, but man, today feels so much better. All right. Oh. Parked key. Oh, I already did parked. C1 in regulation here. C2 in regulation here. Frequency key, albatross, ace, penalty rate key, penalty strokes key, scrambles key, C2 putting key, C1 putting key, C1x putting key. Okay. Beautiful. All right, so now the hard part. I can start using this here. C2 putting key. C1x putting key. Eliminates the potential of ever like having typos in these, changing something. It's all just referencing the same value. Fairway hits key. C2 regulation key. C1 and regulation key. And then, no, not par frequency key. Parked key. Ace, frequency key. Albatross. Eagle. Birdie. Oh man. Par. Bogey. Double. This is another one of those things that is literally, it's making no progress in the app, but it's something that I do think I will be thankful I did later. It'll make referencing these keys easier, especially if I ever go change graphics, which is bound to happen. The type of things that I did not do and throw at the pros, it was only, if it didn't make progress, I wasn't going to code it. And now when I go to build updates for that app, it's painful sometimes. So trying to be better about that. On this, on C1x, bounce back rate key, penalty rate key here, here, and here. Okay. Penalty strokes key. This C2 bonus key here. Now we got the streaks. Longest C1 makes streak key. Longest birdie streak key. And longest bogey, no. Longest bogey free streak key. Okay, so the goal was to potentially change colors, which I don't think I'm going to do right now, but now if I wanted to, it would be easy just to reference the right label. I don't think white is quite what I want. I do think that, let's go open up style presets here. Whole colors, round display colors. Let's do a class stat graphic colors. Extends, change, notifier. Progress bar. Progress bar color is equal to maybe that guy. Let's go app theme colors dot vivid sunset blush here. Static var, and then we're going to go reference that here. Style presets. this will become progress bar colors. Oh, no. Stat graphic colors. Stat graphic colors dot progress bar color. All right, let's do one quick reset there. That's not a bad color. Yeah, fits on the theme. It will suffice for now. Now these chip graphics. We can start with this. One thing I know that I want to do is for each of these graphics, I want a actual large label above it. So with these config stat widget factory, data, labels, screen width, type, keys, labels, type, stat graphic config. That's down here. Where is it up here? Where is it at? Right here. Okay. Widget factory. Turn chip graphic. All graphics. I guess where am I referencing all graphics? Should I call the infographic? This is where I'm doing it. Build widget, graphic, config type. Okay. Okay. So I need this. Stat widget factory, all graphics. Type. I need this to take a argument of title. Title, holes played. And I need to add that up here. Final string title. Required this dot title. Okay. Title. Putting title driving, and I'm setting it up here just so that I can easily reference it later in the graph and change it as needed. Title whole scoring, title other stats. I want that to be below it. Title penalty strokes. Title C2 bonus. Title C1 putting streak. Title birdie streak. And these chips are subject to change anyways, but bogey free streak. Okay. So I call that in the infographic. I need it to be an argument here. So I need a string title. We'll call it graph title. And then here I'm going to say graphic config dot title. No comma there, I need a comma here. Okay, so I get the title. And now in each of these I need it. So we're gonna go final string graph title It's not going to be required in case I happen to not want it. This dot is equal to that. We're building sized box stack. So let's go here. We're going to wrap it in a column. And then here we're going to go, yeah, maybe, is it that easy? It might be. Let's go do a reset. See if I'm getting a title there. I'm going to guess not, but. Yeah, no title. It's not empty. Throw that here. On radial if children if graph title is not empty. I don't think that makes a difference. All right, so what's the error it's saying here? Null is not a subtype of type. String function result on infographic 29. Config title. Should never be the case. It's a string, right? String title required this title. Null. It's not a subtype of type string. Function result. So is it where did null come from? I don't get an error now, but it does not show. I did make it required. I must not be passing it. Hold on here. I don't think I'm passing it. Radial. Definitely not. Yeah. Graph title equals graph title. There we go. The overlap is interesting. I wonder if seems easy enough. I wanted to add some titles there. I need to add it to the segmented as well. String title dot title equals, let's go graph title, comma, graph title. And I do already have the column here. So I think I should just need this. We'll find out. Stat widget, graph title, under multi-segment. Nope, not under that one. Under this one. All right, segmented. I don't think I need that. I don't. I do need to center it though. I do align everything at the start. Why do I align this one at the start actually? What does center do? Nothing, yeah. Nothing should be aligned that way. So what? I think I can just get rid of this line. Yeah. Okay. It's coming along. So now these chip graphics, a better way to just display a single integer. I think I want to put rounds and holes next to each other and have them both be a part of the graphic. I think. Let's go to my multi-round here. Or, actually single round should probably be. Stats management, stat organization. Updating these to use those keys that I already created for the same reason, just eliminating the potential of typos here. Oh. Got an extra space in there. Can't have that. No. I hit copy. Oh, I just messed something up too. There we go. All right. Monotonous, but important nonetheless. Penalty rate key, ace, albatross, eagle, birdie, par, bogey, double bogey, bounce back, longest C1 make streak, longest birdie streak key, longest bogey free streak, and then C2 bonus. All right, so now how do I want to get the number of rounds as well. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. Not frozen. Great. I guess maybe I just start. I don't even want it to be a chip though. That's I'm trying to think if I just want those to be just generic text or if I want it to actually be a graphic. Let's go 2 chip. Currently using this chip graphic to display a single integer. Better way to do this and to have the option to include 2 different integer numbers. Just using chip, but I want it to look less out of place, sitting above my radial and segmented line graphics. Yeah. And you provide code for this. What did that do? Doesn't say I have any errors. We gotta do a reset. Stat widget factory. Do I have an error? I do have an error. Okay, it just wasn't showing on the file. Value 17. Process data first as double to int. Value 1 is required. So I just have to do that. Value 2 is not required then. Okay. Give me a container at least so I'll have a little bit more flexibility over it, which I don't mind. All right, chip. Let's say, what about a card graphic instead? I think I do. Let's give that a try. Let's go here, chip graphic. We're replacing it with card stack graphic. This becomes card. Let's just call it card graphic. Am I good? Yeah. Do I like that better? I think so. I can adjust it, but I think I like the card look. So on stat organization then, let's make this, instead of chip, we're gonna call it card. I'm gonna do the same thing with all of these. Card, 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 card. And then this is gonna be that. Let's do a reset, make sure I'm not missing any of them. We're not, we're good. Okay. So now these should all be the same. Yep. Now, let's go mess around with this. So we've got a card. we got padding, row, circle avatar. Okay. I don't want to need to pass an icon to that. I don't need to, I suppose. Icon data. Not going to be required. Not going to be required. Stat widget factory. This is pulling it from this. Oh, but I will have to pass it here. Okay, we can do that. Icon data icon. This can be graphic config.icon. Perfect. So now I get the information. It's not required to pass it if I don't want to, but for the cards I can. I can pass an icon argument. And I think just set it here. Title holes played. Maybe 2 icons. Yeah, all right. Final icon data, icon 2. Don't need to update it here, but this does need to take it as an argument. Data icon 2, icon 1, icon 2. Okay. And then so here I can go icon 1 equals icons.golf course, icon 2. I want to use the icons golf course to indicate holes played. Give me a new icon to indicate rounds played. I don't think I like that. Emoji events. I mean, we can try it. I don't know. And now I will take these as options. Final icon data icon 2. That will be 1. Icon data icon 2. This dot icon 1. This dot icon 2. Do I want give me an icon for an X? Clear or cancel? Let's go cancel. Cancel. Update the below to have the ability to show 2 values, each with their own icon shown side by side. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Copy. Let's go here. All right, give me a reset. Let me just see where I'm at currently. Yeah, go away. Thank you. So I can return the card, we've got a column, so I just need to update this. It's fine. All right. We can make this work. Let's get this to be correct here. Golf course. Emoji labels. How is this? Value 1. And I can pass a value 2, right? Chip. Got value 2 there. Stat organization card. That one is icon 1, icon 2. And my infographic. Values. I just give values. Keys map. There we go. Okay. So I just need to set it up the same way that I do here with the keys and with the labels, which means I need to add one. Where do I use stat order at? All round calculations. Multi-round calculations. Combine stat maps. Single round calculations. But this does not return number of rounds. So I think I could actually just update. Single round should not return number of rounds. Let's clarify that. Round stats else. Stat order. Okay, so maybe I don't insert it here. All-round calculations. Order. Trying to make sure I understand how to add stats to this in the future. For stat in, stat meta, stat order, if addition, which is the new round, contains key. Continue. Base value equals combined, add value equals addition. If type is equal to int, am I setting that? Here I am, then I add it. So this should be pretty straightforward. I would just need single round to return 1. So here's what we're going to start with. Give me this. Static const rounds played key equals rounds played here. Label is going to be rounds. This is going to be holes. Type is int. On our single round calculations, we're going to return rounds played key, and we're going to return a 1. It's always only going to be 1 round for our single round stats. All round calculations should work automatically then. So stats should now be including rounds played. It should be that easy. Not 100% sure, but I think it should be that easy. If it is, on our stat organization down here, this is going to become rounds played key. We're going to add that same thing here. So this is me adding the rounds played calculation. To it. I pass it here. Should I update this then to incorporate the call, including cases where there is and isn't a second value? We just let it be nullable. Value 1, value 2. I think I can just do this. Comma. Yes. Okay. So I should be passing it there. This will handle both holes played and rounds played now. That's my stat organization. That is the call. Let me just hit a reset real quick. Holes, okay. Am I calling it card graphic value 2? No, am I displaying it? And icon 2 is not equal to null. I don't think I'm passing either of the icons currently. I'm not. This one should be required. This. Icon 1 is required. Which means I need to pass them here. Icon 1, icon 2. So icon 1 equals cancel. Cancel. So if I don't actually call it, icon 1, icon 2, which I'm getting from here, I am passing them in my argument down here. I think I actually want these to be flipped. passing a single string for the label. Excuse me. I need both of them. Label 1, final string, label 2. Required is label 1, label 2 is not. Build value with icon. Circle, value, okay, return card. If value 2, value 2 icon 2. I do set it like this. All right, so we got to use label 1 here, and then I'm going to we're going to just copy this. The children, this is going to be child 1 here. And then this will be if label 2 is not equal to null. Then we'll show the second label as well, which is going to be this copied, but with our label 2 call. I can force it because it's not going to be equal to null here. And then here we'll go label 1. Icon 2. And then I need the same thing here, but label 2. is 1. Okay. Give me a reset there. Let's see what I'm still missing. Okay. We're getting there. 1 round, 18 holes. So now I want them just to be displayed long ways. And now that I have the information, that should just be updating it within the actual view here. So yeah, I'm so glad that clearing up my storage got rid of that screen capture view, because that was not helping yesterday either. All right, let's get the content in the right order first. Right now we've got a column, and then we've got 2 rows. So it actually all just needs to be a row. It's running of child row. Children. This can be main axis alignment, space evenly. Children is fine. And then it's going to be just every single item. So we're going to start with build value with icon value 1, icon 1. Above it I need the label, so this will go here. Alright, and then we do the if value 2 is not equal to null, and icon 2 is not equal to null, and label 2 is not equal to null, and then I get to throw all of these in there. We go text label. Off there. Here we go. And then the icon. And then I'll add spacing in as needed afterwards. To icon 2. Now that I have those, I should be able to delete this whole column. Let's update. Yeah, okay, so we definitely need to limit the size a bit. This needs to not be a column. This needs to be a row. Width. Return row. I'm doing holes and rounds first. So let's do that. Let's flip them. I think that should put rounds first and holes second. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a very nice setup, because now once I actually have this built out, it'll just be changing keys here to change orders, change values, etc. That will be nice. Emoji events is not the icon to use. Timeline. Any other good icons to represent event? Let's see what just dot event is here. And then how else do I want to change these? I want a little bit more spacing, I think, in between. That it kind of makes it look like days played. Confirmation number, push pin, schedule, flag, bullseye. I don't necessarily need the icons. I just thought they would look better. Any other icon options for round? Adjust, finish line, assignment, all inclusive. Let's see what that one is. We're gonna do two at a time here so I can. It was recommending flag. I know I can always go back to golf course, and I intend to, I think, for the holes. But let's go here, cancel. That one does look better for a number of holes, I think. It's going to be hard to convey the word rounds with a single. I mean, the events was probably the closest. Event, holes and rounds. If I do this, does that break it? We'll find out. Does not, which is good. So if I had these icons a little bit larger next to each other, I don't think that conveys what I'm going for here. Which means I should probably just get rid of the icons entirely. Right? Probably should. I don't want to. I don't want to, but even when I'm using them down here, it's not going to be clear. Elevation, shape, padding, compact, false, value, row, space evenly, children, text, value, which there is none. So maybe I just adjust this to make them both nullable, because I don't technically need this. What we could do is I could copy circle avatar, copy text, can throw it right here instead of this. This would become value 1, this would become icon 1. And then I can just wrap these in a if icon 1 is not equal to null. And we throw this here. icon1, width value 1. And then we go if value 2 is not equal to null, and label 2 is not equal to null, do that. And if icon2 is not equal to null here, and then I do the same thing. This becomes icon2, and then I need this text value here to be value 2. All right, and then I should be able to get rid of this. And then we're going to make both of these nullable. Icon1 not required. When I call it here, we pass set them equal to cancel. Okay, so what I should do here instead, I think, is we'll do not here. Where is the widget factory? Here. All right, so instead of this, we're going to go icon1 equal to icons.cancel. Null icon1. All right, and then this is going to be the same thing, but for icon2. Here. So if I do an update here, I think we should still get the same thing. Still spaced out. Then I could just ignore these right now, because those are both optional. So I don't have to set them. So I can get rid of these two. Rounds played, holes played. Let's do a reset there. Oh, I did get rid of these two. Rounds, holes. And then this. I'm going to do another reset again, but I got to fix this first. This is going to be center. We're going to throw a const sized box. I guess there's already padding. We already have padding. So I might just be able to throw a spacer here. Now let's do a reset. See where that puts us. I mean, spaced evenly would look better, but okay, all right. We can do it, we can do it. Oh, I should have. Yeah, give me that back. All right. Build single display. Then let's go back up to this, remake these changes. This dot icon1. Build single display will be a row. I need value icon and string label. Okay, and then we're going to go children, small copy width. I don't know what that is. Let's just grab this, throw it right here. This will be label. Putting this within its own widget so then I can use the space evenly to make it look better. This we need our if statement if icon is not equal to null. And then we throw this in here. Comma. Value. So we've got that, and now here I just want to build single display. Value 1, icon 1, label 1, comma. It'll determine all of that for me. This is good. And then we'll go, if value and label are equal to 2, then we build single display. Value 2, icon 2, label 2. And then I get rid of this. Could be question mark. No. Here. And then these ones that one I can force. Label I can force. Is it going to tell me I don't need to force value? Probably. I'm already checking to make sure they're not null here. Alright, now let's do a reset there. Is it still spaced evenly? Yes, okay. There we go. Thinking on what the necessary changes are. Text theme, what is this text theme thing? Let's get rid of that. I do not want that segmented. And then the obvious question, I think, of do I even need a card at all? Can I just get rid of all of this? I do that, I make elevation equal to 0. Yeah. That's an option, right? As an option. Maybe we do this. really big? Way too big. Way too big. Still maybe too big. It'd be nice to make it a little bit more fun. Not quite sure exactly how yet. I can't always do the wrap this in a container and like let's wrap it. Let's just try it. Try it here segmented. Give me the decoration like so. Decoration. Yeah. What if I decrease the size here? Am I getting screen width? I do not get screen width past. That would probably be a good idea. All right, widget factory, let's go on chip. We're going to go final double screen width. I'm going to make it required. This dot screen width. And then here I'm going to go width screen width times 0.8. And then here on this call, we need screen width, screen width. Let's do a reset there. A little bit narrower. I think that's better a little bit. It's just some type of border. A little bit more spacing would probably be better. I guess they're just spaced evenly right now. That's how that works. Space evenly. So what, do I want the text smaller then? Is that what I'm trying to say here? Maybe I roll with that at the moment. That's edges all. Do I have on this infographic? I'm adding 40 padding to the bottom of each one. Okay. Let's go move these buttons around. And I've got to clear some of this stuff out. We got just too many files open at the moment. All right, all stats. So way up here, I've got this button for help. Let's copy this. This we're going to throw in a row, children. We're going to throw that button here. Oh, copy. Comma, there. center it, and box width 10 maybe. It would be nice to not need that button at all. That's probably the truth. It would be nice to actually just turn this into a filter button. Okay, so new thought. Let's copy this. We're going to kick it up here. Where did I have it? I had it here. That was where I had it previously. Okay. So I'm going to comment it all out here. So now we just have versus pros, and then I'm going to make this the filter button. That's my new thought. Show filter dialog. Give me good Flutter icons for filter. And while it's doing that, we're going to copy the on pressed here. Copied. And then instead of this show dialog, we're going to paste this here. Did I have on pressed as an async here? I did. Okay. Not a problem. Async. Then I'm going to get rid of this secondary button. And then I need a filter list. Let's try that. All right, so going from this to that. How is that? Maybe it should just go up here too. Probably should. Do I need a page title? Something that I just kind of always assume I need to, but maybe I don't. Like settings there makes sense. It's pretty clear that that's a settings icon though, but this one is. Does that need a title? Or can I just put the filter up here and move everything up? Maybe I just have the filter icon next to this. Oh. I kind of like that idea. All right. Stick with me here. Well, no, I can't. Dang it, I can't do that. I could do that, but I can't do that. Because I have a separate widget where I'm already building all of the graphics. Okay, so I keep those as is. Where does that filter button go? So the question I'm trying to think about right now is if I remove the rounds included callout, obviously because I'm already showing it here, and I get rid of the all stats header. where does the filter button go? Do I just move it up here, like next to versus pros? I mean, that's probably the most obvious place to start. I'm probably gonna just delete this, delete this. So deleted rounds included all stats. Going to just comment it out right now in case I decide that I do need it. Well, it's not hard for me to get back. It's the same title I'm using everywhere. Same style, at least. That's the filter. I got rid of all stats. And so instead of this row, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to get rid of this row in its entirety. And then this goes here. So from this to this. Yeah. I think because I'm calling it from a separate view, I don't want to try to build the filter button into it. Maybe I would like tune better here. That is filter alt. No, I don't like that one. I'm gonna roll with tune. I think I kind of like this. I don't know if I like where it's at right now. But I don't have another good alternative on my radiograph. What happens if, where's size at? Do I use size? Ring count, percentages, ring gap, ring thickness, text on rings, size box, size. Okay. What if I do, and what am I passing? I guess that's probably the question here. Widget factory, 0.75. What if I do this? Kind of breaks everything, doesn't it? I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be losing my train of thought here. It doesn't need to be smaller. could make this say like putting stats, driving stats. Maybe that's clear, which I can just do here. I was like, yeah, I don't think that's gonna update it properly. We'll go back. It's a little close. Why? I guess because I made it thicker, there's not as much space. Let's go radial. Where's that radial? 20. Just a little bit more space there. It's annoying that it's not consistent though. I don't quite understand why. Because this should not be exceeding the sized box, but it 100% is. That's that might be a question for ChatGPT here. It seems like the stack is getting beyond the bounds of the sized box here. Any idea on how to fix? I think that's what's happening. Positioned. And then constrained box. Refactor. Constrained box. Now I'm going to throw this here. See if that does the trick. Did not help here, made this worse. Okay. Same as before. It's not the text on rings though. Constrained box did not seem to do anything. I tried option 2, but it didn't seem to change anything. Where is clip behavior hard edge? Do I have that in my code? Alright, so maybe I get rid of constrained box here. And then we wrap the stack in a clip rect. Wrap with widget, clip rect. And then clip behavior. I see. If I do this, is it the same thing and it just gets bigger? It is. Okay. Radial. Ring count percentages. Half the radius. Thought that was going to do something. Base radius is only affecting those. Ring painter. Radius equals. Getting total radius passed to it. Ring thickness, ring gap. Total radius. Ring painter paint. Unpassing size. Custom paint size. Total radius is equal to size. So like if I do this, it's not giving me. I could just add additional spacing under driving. I mean, that's the easiest solution to this. Maybe that's what I do. Literally, I'm just trying to account for the difference between the spacing under this title and the spacing under this one. That's all I was trying to do. If graph title is equal to driving stats, didn't I add stats to it? How did change the wrong one? Okay. Pretty good. It does get quite close to the edge, which is okay. On all stats. Or no, filter dialog. I built it out into a new view, which is good. I mean, I feel pretty good about it up to this point. Infographic. I do want, I think, much more spacing in between them. This is good for this one. For these, maybe a little less so. The scale one I still obviously have to fix, so maybe we jump to that next. Not 100% sure of my next direction with that page, so let's jump over to the scale. Let's me below widget. What is C2 bonus here? I made circle 2 putts, I missed circle 1 putts. So it's 0. That's what it should be showing. Right now, there needs to be some marker of where the value is in addition to the progress bar. A blank bar at 0 is a bad look. Alright, we have to add that little indicator. Then center mark. Write the code. Make sure that it is actually displaying properly right now. No. Yeah, so obviously this needs to be adjusted a little bit. I want a marker to be at the value, not just the center. grab this, go here. -4. 20, 20. Make the marker much larger and include a label above it that says the value. Okay. It's better. Let's say I get rid of that. I just want it to be centered. Why is it not? Is 20 dead on? Do I have a height set to 20? Height to 14. Just that, I guess. Okay. Okay. So, to start with, I need screen width, final double screen width, required screen width. We're going to wrap this in a box. And we're going to set width equal to screen width. Add a comma on this. Screen width, screen width. Okay. Go away. Column, children, text. Okay, so I need the text to be updated. We can start with that. Let's go to my progress bar, because that's pretty much exactly what I want it to look like. We'll copy the style, paste it here. What is this? I feel like it's just not, something's not updating. Text. children text label. Like what? I'm gonna copy the exact widget that works perfectly right here. What is the difference? Was I missing a parentheses? Is that what the issue was? Maybe that was it. Update that to match these. C2 bonus, and then we just need to update this container. All right, so is positive value equals 0. I only layout builder return stack. We've got a container, height 14. Decoration, let's add a border. Add our typical border here. Positioned left 0. Width is marker x, percent times. Okay. Percent times constraint. How am I calculating percent? Value plus 1 divided by 2. Okay. Constraints. Max width. So if I set define starting color value equals 0. Starting color value if is positive, starting color value equals, what does left need to be here? Positioned. What if I throw 50 there? What's the way to figure this out? Center marker horizontally. Too straight. Width. If I make this marker x. Oh, okay. All right, so we can do that, and then I can go if is positive, starting color value is equal to marker x. And then I think I can use this here. Value has to be greater than 0 to be positive. Correct. I've got my border. 0.0 text to string as fixed 0. Not showing a decimal there. That style needs to copy this. That push things down. before. Should probably go below it, actually. What happens if I do this? Is this an easy way to make that not happen? I think it is. Comment that out. Close. Other way? No, that's right. -2. -3. That's better. Okay. Now I want it to go left and right. All right, so I want the max here to be the ranges on this widget to be -100 and 100. If the value is beyond these, clamp it to stay within them. I have a circle now perfectly placed on the center mark. If the value is positive, the entire left side of the center point, not circle, but the center point, should be gray, and the right side of it up to the circle would be green. If negative, the entire right side of the center point would be gray, and the left side up to the circle would be red. Update the code accordingly. Did move it back to the bottom, which is not what I wanted. So close. Four. Still feel like okay. Does that work? Let's score around again. We'll go to roots. Let's just make a circle 2-put. And then a whole bunch of throw-ins, finish round. Whole scoring. Is it 1? Yeah, 1 does not show very positive. Okay. Yeah. 4.8 pixels on the right. The chip is expanding beyond it. Oh, is it? It's these guys. Okay. I see. That's an easy problem to fix. This was great. Thanks. Only request. Is there a way to adjust the min and max scale values based on the number? If the auto setting it to 100 means that if the value is 1 or -1, really no color is shown. I want color to be shown, but still have the values not go above, or still have the circle reach the end of the graph at -100 and 100. Update the full code. We'll give this a go, and then hopefully this about gets us to being done with this graphic. Okay. Can I make it black? Bar color. Lower this a bit. There we go. Or no, not bar color. Make this black. Yeah. I can make the container then white with black outline. Maybe I don't want a border then. Probably not. That's not bad. That is not bad. I think I'm gonna make all these just a little bit bigger, the labels. Oh, I gotta fix this again. Want it to be below. There we go. Kind of needs to be below because if it ends up being a real negative number, can't have overlap there. I'm gonna make this bigger, and then I want the label to be 25 here. And I want the same thing on this. Yeah, good. Okay, I think that scale is pretty close. maybe I make the background the same as these scale. Where was no progress bar? Progress bar color. Okay, so maybe I just do the same thing then. Style presets. Static bar scale bar color equals here, scale bar color, and then on scale, that's what I'm going to use, which is right here. Stat graphic colors dot scale bar color, and then we need to import style presets. I have to do a reset there. And if that's the case, I do think I'm going to want that border. Definitely going to want that border. It's like some part of this looks weird. I think that's a part of it. That, yeah. Yes, indeed. And then let's go. Maybe change it all to black. So white, 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 black. Definitely missed one there. Container. This needs to be black still. Make this black. That one needs to be black. This one needs to be black. Maybe I just flip these again. White, black. I don't know. Maybe I stick with that. That feels the closest, but I could go. I could do like could force it to be a color. On style presets, let's go static var scale positive color equals static var scale negative color equals. They need to be distinct. Maybe we just go like the birdie and bogey colors. Whole colors birdie. Whole colors dot birdie color. Whole colors dot bogey color. And then let's just try stat graphic colors, scale positive color, do a reset. That may not be bad. So then here what I could do is we could go if positive, we go stat graphic colors dot positive color. Scale negative color. And then here we can go is positive, negative. Okay. So now that should make the bar that birdie color 2, and then I can do a test with the negative one. Okay, what happens if I, yeah, so negative would be a C2 miss in all throw-ins. Oh, what error did I just get? Seemed like that might have been the same thing as this one, yeah. Ah, no C2 or C1x. Okay, I was like, what is going on there? But that makes sense. Yeah. Yep. C2 bonus shows 0, despite missing a C2 putt there. What? Single round calculations. Current C2 bonus. C2 bonus. Shot data hole. 0. Print bonus. I should have it saved, yep. Par. Alright, what was my C2 bonus? 1. No. 0. The whole time it's 0. Oh. Should be 0. I entered the round wrong. Delete. Start round. Alright, so I need a C1 putt miss. There we go. Now we throw in. Finish round. There we go. Now I get -1. I think that's okay. Okay, I think I'm going to stick with that for the time being for this scale graphic that we're going to be using on the C2 bonus stat. Whoa, shaking everything up. 236 holes. 0% C1x putting. Which makes sense. I did not have one here. I made a C2 putt there. And I just missed a circle 1 putt there. Driving stats are pretty good. C2 bonus shows 0 there, which I think is right because I made a C2 putt there. So this one should show 1. Shows 1. This one shows -1. Yep. And so then they balance out to be 0. Okay, so I think I'm pretty close here, with the exception of these guys and how I want to show that. Trying to think about the layout here. Obviously I want to keep penalty strokes close to penalty rate. This card graphic I don't really want to use for these guys. So maybe I need a different let's call this card. I'm going to refactor it accordingly. And then maybe I do maybe I make a similar one to progress bar, but we call it streaks. So right now my thought is I keep penalty strokes like that. I build a new one for streaks. Progress streaks dart. It's going to look real close to this. Stat progress bar. Progress bar. All right, this will be progress streaks. Okay, widget factory, case progress bar, case scale, case progress streaks, progress streaks. We've got to import it. Progress streaks. On my organization, that's what I need to call it. Those are progress bar. This one I need to be a progress streaks. Okay, so it's going to look like this card. Progress streaks. title will be streaks. I'm not displaying a title on those yet, nor do I need to. Okay, and then the keys, they just need to look like that. So, comma, this, comma, longest bogey free streak key here. Yep. No. I guess this is fine. Progress streaks. Title will be streaks. So then I'm going to try and get rid of this. Gonna do a decent chunk of coding here, and then we'll do a reset and check it out. So now I should be calling everything properly, and then we just need to update this view. All right, so progress streaks column children. Max bar width. How do I call this from the infographic? Or I guess not here, stat organization. Other stats, they're all called together. Okay, progress bar. Widget factory, I get progress bar, I return a column. Okay. Do I have a text on here? I don't, but I think I can get one pretty quickly. Let's go to radial. Let me grab my title from these. This. Let's go to widget factory on progress streaks. Okay. Don't like that. Let's go to radial, so everything becomes a list then, right? List string. String list int values. Okay. When we're here, so we're going to return a column, children, and then I'm going to have a for. Let's do this. We're going to go final string graph title, graphic title. This dot graphic title equals this. Come. For var I equals 0, I is less than bias dot length, that's fine. comma. Let's grab this, paste here, tab that out, labels I, values I, clamp, value I. That is going to show it as a percentage, which I don't need. I think this can just be values I. Okay, so that's close. So if I go to Widget Factory, we've got values, and can this just be process data? I want it to be. For the radial, I'm just getting stat data. Okay. Stat data cast. Can I do this? Values. And we just do that. I think so. Like so. All right, progress streaks, I'm going to show the label. The values is, I think, the one thing I need to figure out here. So the values are just going to be numbers here. This is our streaks, so this is C1 make streaks, bogey-free streaks, etc. These values. Could end up being massive numbers, so I want to, maybe not necessarily. Probably never going to be that long, but I want the bars to adjust accordingly. Max bar width is good. Values is good. Screen width. Container width is going to be the max bar width times values I clamp. Yeah. Max bar width. All right. Final. Largest value equals reduce max. Okay. If that's equal to 1. So let's say large value is 18. I can just divide it by 18. Okay, final. Adjusted values. Yeah. And then this. But I'm still displaying values. Okay, that's a lot of changes. Let's hit a reset. I'm going to reset one more time just to get rid of that error. So that if there's a new error, it pops up and I see it. Okay, no new errors. The length seems to be working how I wanted it to. Let's, I need to go remove that print statement first. Let's, none of that. No print C2 bonus. Widget factory, this is just case. Children, stat organization, all graphics, graphic config. Let me go to my organization file. I just have it once. It's got to be in the widget factory then. Ah, yes. Do I need padding there? I don't think so. I don't think I want. So let's go to the, just lost it again, widget factory. All right, so we're going to grab this and put it here. Because I copied the code initially from these. For these, I'm displaying each on its own. For the streaks, I'm going to list them all together. Does seem like that fixed the issue, but we'll do a little double check here. Okay. To start, I think it'd be nice to maybe have them be a different color. Style presets. Static var streaks bar color is equal to, maybe these are just white. App theme colors dot off white soft. Streaks bar color, and then progress streaks bar, not the text. Container, progress bar color. Streaks bar color. Do a reset. White. I mean, I don't think it's great, but now what I can do though is we can grab this. We can go here. We can go, what I got, graphic title. Let's go. Organization, title is streaks. Let's go to widget factory. And then this can be graphic title. It's graph title. I called it streaks, right? I did just set the title. I did. Okay, and then on my progress streaks, we'll go graphic title. I'm going to wrap this in a center, and let's make it a little bit bigger. That did nothing. Why not? Why did you do nothing? class, graphic title, right? From, which one did I just update? Did I update the wrong one? Progress streaks? No, I didn't. Graphic title equals graph title, which is title. In the organization, let's just do a reset. In organization, I set the title to streaks. There we go. Okay, so now I wonder if I wrap it in the center again, does that still cause the issue? Center. It does center that, it ruins everything else. Can I do a text align center? Okay, and what if I do this? Yeah, definitely not as good. Organization. Don't know if I'm making it better or worse. Just updating labels here. I think those can probably be smaller then. Progress streaks, let's make these like 20. Maybe too much spacing there. 10 or 30, size box width, values. Maybe I don't want this, but I do want, underneath each size box we go, box height 5. Does that make sense? Let's try making the streaks orange. Vivid sunset orange. I want the labels to be a little different. Let's update labels again. C1 made putts, streaks, birdies, bogey, free holes. I think I can just leave that at bogey free. Let's do an update there. Should probably be C1x made putts, shouldn't it? Probably what I should be calculating. I think I have a C1x putting options. C1x put options, I do. Alright, and then let's save that. Single round calculations. Current C1x makes streak. Current C1x makes streak equals C1x makes streak. Final C1x. Current C1x makes streak. Where's final? Final C1x. Okay. Final C1x makes streak. Just changing an entire stat here. So no big a deal. Longest C1x makes streak. Let's go up to round or stat organization. Longest C1x makes streak. C1x. Longest C1x makes streak. Label C1x made putts. So it looks like it did already update to 0. That the stat is working now. Another issue that I had forgotten about until just now is that the all stat calculations has to be fixed too. Did I have other individual stats relying on that one? I don't think so, right? Okay, so let's say that I say the graphics are good right now. I want to, I think, change colors on these, but otherwise let's say it's good. What else do I need to do? List of stat descriptions based on the new design. I'm going to try and not have to do that. No descriptions. All time stats, saving on the scorecard. Okay. Round scorecard. All time stats. So let's go single round calculations. Let's give ChatGPT the whole function, and I'll create a new chat for this. New chat. Below is a function I use to generate the statistics and C1x for a single round. No, just a simple answer. Does this make sense? I want to get it to understand the code, and then I'll have it update my saving functions. All right, so we got single round calculations. Now, add stat totals, which is under stat persistence. Okay. below is my file for saving all time stats. Note that the add stat totals function has a second argument, which needs to be the return value for my single round sticks up above. Please update the below file accordingly. All-time stats persisted. Notifier map, string dynamic. Okay. So we're just updating everything here to be stat organization. Okay. There we go. Round scorecard now works. I update the provider. Did I have that in here? I do. Round loading. Oh, this is on the delete function. I see. Equals add stat totals. So what this needs to be. Is this. Don't like that. Do I not need this? Definitely do. Let's go here. What variable type do I need to initialize here now? Okay. Then calling the below line if I needed to delete the all-time stats. How do I update this line? I mean, surely there is no way that it's quite that easy. Other changes, I think, going to be on the all stats view. Here. Yeah, this. All right, so I don't need to format anything, right? Whereas is formatting? Was it in this? Erase, all time, save. It was not. Where did I have the all stats? It wasn't down at the bottom here. Stats calculations. Where did I do it? Format stats holder isn't defined. Okay, so I must have gotten rid of it then, which is probably good. So maybe I can do that, all time stats. And then down here, I can go if the time frame is. We can go else if time frame is equal to all time. And all time stats. I think I can do that. Only one way to find out, right? All right, so full reset here. Yeah. When I load it, let's go to the main menu. Is this where I'm loading the all-time stats at? Load user settings. Was it under that stat persistence file? It was. Load all-time stats here. So I'm getting an error like this. All stats 195. All stats. Notifier. It's not a subtype. Time stats persisted. Where was that notifier again? Map string dynamic. Notifier type. So it's still trying to call it in that format, even though it is not. Like here, I wonder. Because it's empty, because I cleared it. Yeah. No more errors though, so it did only happen once. But now if I do this, we just throw it in, finish round, we go back. 3 rounds, 54 holes. If I go to all time, I get my 1 round. If I reset now, Radial chart. Oh, radial 42. But only when setting it to all time. 5 works fine. So maybe let's go to all stats. And up here, give me print stats calculations, print all-time stats. And get rid of that. And Command F print. Get rid of this. Maybe now give me a reset. Oh, got an error. Seems like they're all in the same format. But clearly it says it's not. I guess, let me ask a stupid question here. Round fix 2. Round fix 2, round fix 2. So I'm going to force delete all the rounds again. No, I still get the exact same error. I'm now getting the below error on this line. Radial 42. Where's all stats again? I do not, I only get this error when all time stats is passed as an argument below, as created below, not when stats calculations is passed. I like the better option. Better. Below is the function used to load the all-time stats. Update this accordingly. And so now yeah. But all-time stats was still based on main. Erase all-time stats. No. Just thinking that I needed a way to erase the all-time stats here. But load them here, stat persistent. I could implement something similar here. These are things that I would delete before release, but I'm putting them in just so testers don't have issues. Prefs. Final bool, all-time stats fixed. Key equals that. If erase still requires the ref though. we go to all stats. Because even if there's multiple rounds, I'm going to force delete them anyways. If round courses dot length is less than 2 and round courses is equal to example course, erase all time stats. I think I can do that. Example course. Reset. So I want all time stats to be clear if this is the only round that's in the app. And that's something that I could just leave in there anyways. All time. Perfect. All right, now what the heck are all these print statements? What's calculating so much? Why? Why are we calculating? Why are we rebuilding? It seems like when the below widget is displayed, something is causing it to constantly rebuild. See if it's got any ideas there. Maybe that doesn't need to be in set state. I guess we'll have one good way to find out here. Print all time. Let's update again. It is still printing a ton. I wonder why. If I get rid of that, does that help? No. Does ref watch actually view to continuously rebuild? I want it to do that. That's fine. That's how I want it to work. Removed the set state from the build, but still get the issue. It's crazy. What is going on here? Override init state. I guess I can do that. Round providers. Names initialized. Courses. Let's try those two and just see if that does something. All right, they're initialized once. Good. They're not getting initialized here at all. Okay. I don't think it's those then. All stats. All time stats, is that getting? I can try it. I'm just trying to, this counter down here is indicating that the view is just constantly reloading, and I don't understand why. Print all time stats initialized. Print all time stats updated. I know I'm misspellings in there, but that doesn't matter. I just need the print. It doesn't seem like that's. It did just get called 80 times right there, though. Okay, we found the issue. All time stats is getting updated constantly. Why? Is the round loading? Are those getting updated constantly? Round loading. No, round providers. Print round names updated. Reset. Round names updated once. Round names is not getting updated. Okay. So all time stats is what's getting updated. I think the below line is the issue. That provider is constantly getting updated. Do I make it only run once? Let's try that. Yeah, that fixed it. Okay, so I'm going to erase it once. Let's go score around to double check here. Okay. Pretty good. Now that I fixed that, I'm actually done here. Except for maybe fixing these putting stats. Is all-time stats working now? We updated on the scorecard, updated it when leaving around, showing when filtering. Seems like we got rid of that. Let's go just score around in another course and make sure that that's working. And excuse me. 5 rounds, all time. Let's go all time. Let's remove that. Does not matter. If I go last 5 rounds. So the course filtering is not doing anything. There is no more stats holder, but we do need this. I think I just need that same calculation here. And then the second one becomes filtered round IDs. All right, never updated that. Let's fix this. See if the filtering now works. Why did it delete my rounds again? Because of that. Okay. Let's score a couple rounds here. Let's get a birdie in at roots. Back. Let's get maybe a bogey in at the fort. Make sure this stuff isn't gonna break anything. So this is 2 rounds. That's not quite right. I have to take a little peek at that. All time. Same thing. All time roots. Does not matter, but 20 rounds does. I can't filter all time. That's probably an issue. That is how it's set up right now. Where's that? Filter now. No, don't do that. Stop. Update the below code to disable deselecting courses if all time is the time frame selected. Clear filters. What are you talking about? Clear filters button block. Oh, this. Unpressed. Yeah. Okay. Disable unchecking. Unique courses.map. So this. Side view unchanged. All right, reset. Okay. I am getting a little bit of overflow on that one. I'm not sure why. If we go just at roots, no overflow. If I go just at the fort, it's no overflow, but when I add multiple colors. And what, I have 1 birdie, 1 bogey on each of them. Segmented. Clip. It's this little overlap right here is what I'm trying to decipher. Row is inside of the child, so I'm not sure. I don't know why it's happening. In the below code, if there are two small sections at the very end, the last one will overflow, show outside of the border. How do I fix this? Okay, I'll try it. Did I give it my full code? I started with the clip rect. Okay. Can I add a clip to this? I can. Maybe I can remove this and we can go clip behavior, clip hard edge. Doesn't seem like that did anything. Did not. Okay. Clip rect. No. Copy this. Throw it here. Get rid of this. Code above says doesn't seem like that. Doesn't seem like that did anything. Alright, this didn't fix it either. It seems like the issue is not the segment going beyond the border, but for some reason it is showing above it. redo that. Well, almost. Does this need to be more? No. This is my current cut. It is marginally better, but there are still very small areas where the color of the end segment overlaps the border. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't use it at all. And option 2, don't you create total flex? Not use it. I don't think it got any better. Let me reset just in case. I fully implemented this and it still is overlapping. Option 1 has no change. 2 has no change. Oh, this is unusual. Segment dot percent times print segment dot percent. Print to int. Give me that. Like, what are these supposed to add up to? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I don't think adding more makes a difference. Does not. My segments are adding up to less than 1,000. So why would there be overflow? Why? Border radius horizontal left is first, is last. If it's last, The radius is 20. The radius should be 20. And it only happens with the smaller segments on the end. If it's bigger, it has no issue. Is right last. Like, am I actually getting this value? False, false, true. Yeah, I am getting it. So true, the right border should have a radius of 20. It only happens if there are two small segments at the end. If there's only two segments in the whole row, there is no overlap. No. Is there a way to do that? That's it, just adding that line. I've definitely already tried this though. I don't understand. Clipping didn't fix it. I don't want the border to be redrawn on top. Just want contents of a container to stay inside its border. Why is that so hard? You know what, whatever, we'll try it. copied your code, and now I don't see the smaller segments at all. This is gonna fix it either, but sure, we'll give it a try. Oh, did I never paste it? The full code block to copy. So instead of that stack, I'm returning a size box here, column, and I'm just going to try and copy this container instead of the stack. Something is so ridiculously broken right now. Like, I mean, what is this? Alright, so that gives me the overlap. This is my current code. Update it accordingly. Alright, so this is just for the stack and update. Now the black border is gone entirely. Is this clip left inside the stack still? Does the container still need to be inside of a stack? Where did the container go? It's still overlapping. The far right segment still overlaps the border a bit. Okay. Try it again. Nope, still overlapping. What is this new structure? Your provided code solution was structured completely differently than all our previous solutions. I'm using the code within a widget, and you need to provide it in that format. No, that's not what I want. We're repeating again. We are repeating again. I don't think it's just on my simulator, right? It's just this little bit of overlap. If I make it, why doesn't that do anything? Why doesn't 0? That drops it in a little bit, but the left one has the same. I'm so confused. Center can't show text. Whole scoring. container. I set the height of the container. That does nothing. That has the effect I would expect it to. But setting the height equal to be the same thing, there is no overlap here. So that's fine. And just why? Why? What happens if I remove this? Nothing. So we've got a column. I've got a container with a set height. I give it a border. What if I make the border 3? What if we just make it thicker? Kind of. It just still overlaps it a bit. Okay. My eyes are giving out on me here. I'm gonna have to call it once I get this done. I do need to go ahead and this guy open. Segment percent. Print. Segment percent. Let's go var segments sum equals 0. Segments sum plus equals segment percent times 1000 to int and print segment sum. All right, give me that. $9.98. Is that creating some sort of issue? Would these segments summing to 998 instead create this issue? And we'll try this, see if this actually does anything. Maybe this is worth trying. And then flex becomes normalized flexes index. No. Oh, probably worth a shot, but was not creating the issue. I do not understand. It's even less than. I don't know, I feel like that should do something more and it doesn't. So these segments add to be less than 1000. The segment still overflows. Normalized it and it didn't help. Adding links to the segment does not make them overflow less. If I make the radiuses less, does that? Redo. Now if I set these to 10, okay, and then something is still, why is it more rounded? Circular 10. Container, score, circular 10. I tried reducing both of the corner radii to 10, and there is now no overlap, but now I can see gaps between these segments and the border. That did nothing. Well, because I guess I'm forcing the height. It's a new one. Adding the padding didn't reduce segment size at all. Not set it to 15. Just looks terrible. Print flexes sum. I don't know. I really don't know. But man, that is... It's so frustrating because it doesn't happen here. Like, this looks great. Why does this look great? I guess what happens if I have multiple here, it looks fine here too. It's just with the small ones at the end. So if we come here and I do, let's do it at the start this time. Like I go ace, birdie, and then just a bunch of pars. See if it happens on the left side too. It does not. It is only on the right side. Really? Wow. Strange. Didn't help. Strangely, the issue only happens for the segments on the left side, on the right side of the bar. If the same scenario happens on the left side, there is no overflow. Not at all, you know. Give this a try. Right, instead of this container, we go here. Get rid of that. Comma. Underscore. flowing, bounds on the right. Give it one more try here, and then I probably just need to take a breather and call it. Mess around with it on my own time. Now there is a gap on the right end. I don't think this is a good approach. We're going to just back everything up. Not happening on the left, but if I do it on the right, so we do. What, I get a bogey? Bogey, a par, and then the rest throw-ins. Then we do this, and then throw-ins. Finish round. Why isn't this one overlapping? There it is. Huh. Send to 1,000. Alright, I think that's going to have to be an issue to tweak for another time. So, complete redesign of all stats view and bottom portion of round summary view. I've got to take a break. This has been by far the longest I've ever recorded one of these. By far the longest one I've recorded. Obviously lots of progress. We got the all-time stats working again. So some important changes as well. I will probably still mess around with this a little bit tonight. I'm going to try to put together a rough version of the algorithm for that C1x round rating. Probably not going to be on video, but I will do a video tomorrow, and I'll recap whatever I got done off video. But I've got to step away for a minute, and the rest of my coding tonight might be sporadic, so got to call it there. We're getting there. I do feel much better about the app today than I did yesterday. I mean, after all, I think we're at a point right now where all of the stats technically work. It's just that little bit of overlap I was getting here. And then obviously some design changes still to make for these, but they're there and they work. So I think we're good to go. We have, and it's probably going to happen anyways with this C1x round rating, changes to difficulties, etc. I think I'm going to have to do a hard reset for everybody on the app. For all the testers. Obviously that for when the app is launched, it's going to be a reset for everyone regardless, but yeah, so it's here, and then it is on the all stats view. This reset. Just this. Yeah. We'll want to get rid of that. Still lots of testing to do. I want to get that little graphic updated, the C1x round rating calculation in. That way I'm ready to at least start marketing tomorrow with Worlds coverage. And then hopefully I can wrap this up quick and get an update out. That's the goal. Because I still had a lot of stuff I wanted to do this week in the app outside of just these design changes. But they're taking a lot. And if I have to push stuff, I have to push stuff. It won't be a big deal. But I would like to wrap this up soon. I would like to. It's getting there. All right. Gotta call it. Hopefully no one stuck around this long. If you did, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.